Good morning. Entering the show ring at this time be Class 1 British steers. We have 17 exhibits in this particular class with weights ranging from 1140 to 1238. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our steer show judge, Mr. Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as the lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree in Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feed and leg structure in red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Championship team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. Please put your hands together and help me give a warm welcome to Mr. Brady Jensen. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 2 British steers. Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is second call for Class 2 British steers. Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the holding area. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors. Telus Equipment Solutions, John Deere and Telus. The show barn is presented by Telus Equipment Solutions. Telus Equipment is proud to their partnership with Rodeo Austin, a partnership they've been honored to support for many years. They have 4 conveniently located full-service dealerships to service you in Austin, Marble Falls, New Braunfels, and Seguin. Stop into one of their dealerships today. This rodeo season, they are offering rodeo demo discounts of up to $1,000 off 1 to 5 series, 6 series, and compact construction equipment. Also offering up to $1,500 off gators. Visit telusequipment.com or contact your local dealership. Steer Show sponsor is presented by Wrangler. Long live cowboys, long live cowgirls. Attention the barn, Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the holding area. We need all Class 2 British steers in the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 2 British steers. Last call, Class 2 British steers. Please make your way to the holding area.
Test, test. We good? There we go. Well, it's great to be here this morning at Rodeo Austin. Good opening ceremonies to kick off this morning. Really great lightweight class of these British steers as we get and kick off the morning. Had a great time working with these young people in a very competitive class. I thought I walked those top 6 cattle. I thought they were really in contention here for these upper couple spots. Really, this set of 3 hit me very hard, and as you break them down, I think you can place them which way you prefer, but I think as I get into them, I make sense of that, and those next 3, I think, have parts and pieces to sniff that next group, just maybe don't put it all together. This young lady's calf that wins, to me, just best combines body and balance and muscle to the highest degree. You can get in and nitpick this and that about his shoulder, his top line, and tail head, but I think he's the wide-bodied, fresh-handling steer that's attractive in his lines. He's neat-necked. He's got a really nice set to his hind leg, but he's bold in his body. He's muscular on the handle. He's just more attractive and athletic versus the calf that comes in 2 that I think he needs win the class. Young man, your calf in second in terms of handle, in terms of a front or rear view. This is the calf that I want to tie to. He's genuinely the widest in his body, in his back, in his hip. He tracks the widest at his base. He just doesn't fit with this group in terms of his balance. He needs more slope to his shoulder. He's not as neat and attractive ahead of his shoulder design, but he's the beefy-bodied, big-ended, thick-made, wide-constructed calf that just needs more symmetry and balance from the side. White-legged calf that comes in third. Young lady's got one that's demanding in terms of his presence. Very big-footed, really loose-structured. You gravitate to him when he's on the walk around the ring. He's up-headed and proud-looking. Right on top of him, he gets a little disappointing. He's bigger in his shoulder. He pinches in his forerib. I love his structure. He's very highly shown, a very good calf that comes to the ring with a lot of ring presence. Next three cattle, I reward muscularity. I think the young lady's calf is maybe as true in his muscle down his top and out of his hip as any of the cattle in this particular setting. Like to change his structure the most of this six, and that's why he lands where he does. We get into those next two cattle, probably just a little bit further along in terms of their condition, but they're practical. Big-ribbed and loose-constructed kind of cattle. You enhance their muscularity, and I think that changes the game in that top six. A little more sheath in your calf, you cowboy, but I like his strength, the top and bone versus the calf just behind. Big-bodied, practical calf. Young man has just behind. It's a little plainer muscled. Young lady's got this red-eyed steer with the nose lead. That's a long-bodied, big-ribbed, loose-built kind of show steer that's a little deep-chested and higher in his tail head. But I really admire just how stout and loose constructed that calf is. We get into a pair of rad cattle that we sorted in muscle. I think we get in next to a few sets of cattle that we'd like to increase their muscularity, maybe improve their balance. But those young people brought some strong steers here to the Rodeo Austin Steer Show. Thank you for coming out here for Class 1. Put your hands together for a good class of show steers and exhibitors in our first class this morning.
Congratulations to the exhibitors in that class. As they're exiting the ring, let's please put our hands together and give them a round of applause for a great job. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 2 British Steers. We have 18 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1239 to 1353. Judge Jensen will place top three. Top three will sell. If you're just joining us ringside, want to welcome you to the Steer Show this morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge, Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree in Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended a Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his college coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Championship team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. Please put your hands together to welcome Brady Jensen as our steer judge. Attention the barn. If you have a steer that you wish to put on the floor, Texas Livestock Marketing Association, TLMA, are accepting steers at this time. They're located at the northwest corner of the barn, just outside in the white tent. Floor price is $89.50, and they are accepting those steers at this time. We want to thank you for their participation and partnership in Texas livestock shows, and appreciate them being here to assist us. Results from Class 1 British steers. 10th place goes to Wyatt Brochley from Atascosa County 4-H. 9th place, Tyler Belk from Marble Falls FFA. 8th place goes to Joshua Fairchild, Caldwell County 4-H. 7th place, Elena Pena, Byron P. Steele, FFA. 6th place goes to Weston Wagner, Madison County 4-H. 5th place, Blake Posey, Poth FFA. 4th, Cameron Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. 3rd, Pepper Pressler, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd place, Clayton Kurlick, Samuel Clemens FFA. And your class winner, Evie Cox, Santo FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 3 British steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. First call, Class 3 British steers. Please report to the holding area. Attention in the ring. We got a loose steer. Everybody pay attention. Good work, ring staff. Good work. And I'd like to take this opportunity to show our appreciation for our interns. We have a great group of young people that are out here working our ring today from Texas Tech, from Redlands, and from Tarleton. We couldn't do what we're doing without our great interns. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for them working at our show. Attention steer exhibitors, this is the second call for Class 3 British steers. Please be reporting to the holding area. All steers in Class 3 British, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 3 British steers. Last call for Class 3 British steers. Please make your way to the holding area.
Let's we get into class 2 of our British cattle. Again, we got a great set of kids and cattle, predominantly Hereford steers as we get through it, but there are some black and reds as we work through these classes. I think this top 4 in this particular class is very competitive and very good, and it just depends on where you're going to put your selection pressure, on how you're going to rank them for, but I think they're all very, very good. I think the calves just behind them might push them as far as muscle content and cutability as much as we found in the first class. Probably more structurally is what held them back from making this really good top cut. The top pair of cattle, I think, pair up nice in terms of how they're built and designed, and the differences that I see. The calf that I like to win the class is just a really big, bold, middled kind of calf. He's wide through his chest and big over his back, wide hip kind of steer. He's really clean hock, but stout and good off of his hind leg. He does have a head that's a little tough to love. He's not quite as attractive at the top side of his neck as the calf just behind, but his chest balance is so much nicer into his lower body. I think he's equipped with a little more bone, a little stouter hip when you step behind those cattle. He is a touch fatter when you get your hands on him than maybe the calf in second, and it's a little deceiving because from the outside, this young man's calf in second does have a chest floor that wants to hang down in him, but you get your hands on him, I think he's a little fresher to the touch. He's more uniform in his cover. I love this guy's structural build. The design of his neck set, his top line, his hip, his tail head, hind leg, and how he moves off the surface is very, very attractive and good and hits my eye very, very pleasing. If that calf had a little neater chest to lower body balance, he gives that winner all that he wants because of his skeleton, his correctness, his freshness of handle. He's not as muscular and big shape as the calf that wins or the calf that's just behind, but there's plenty there and a good build. The calf in third is really, really muscular. I love his shape down his back. He's so much wider constructed than the calf in fourth, and that's why he lands where he does. Bold-bodied, thick top, big, wide pin set and end. He's a little older headed. He's a little straighter in his shoulder. Not quite as athletic as that top 2, but that calf is muscular and thick and bold and good handling. The calf that comes in fourth is very, very eye-appealing. Young man does a tremendous job showing that calf. He needs more muscle. For my liking, is a little pinch in his forerib and cute down his top, little flatter to his pin setting, but a balanced calf that's very well shown and very well structured. The next set of calves here, you could say these 3 are high cutability and muscular. The young lady's calf up front wants to tip forward in his knee and get a little rigid up front. The next calf's a little tougher moving on his hind leg, but he's big boned and muscular. This calf with the knot right above his knee gives you a good look. He's strong and level top line. You like the shape of his outer hip. He's a little drier bodied and a little bit robot walking up front, but a really nice level top steer. Practical calf that was hard to handle, was good in terms of his feet and legs. He's a little plain for some, but I like that calf. Next pair of cattle are different. Straight top steers, a little soft to the touch, needs more muscle, but he's well shown and presented. The calf just behind is one of the heaviest muscled calves of the set, just needs to go a little better. As we conclude this class, it was a competitive and good class. Please put your hands together for a tremendous set of steers and exhibitors here in class 2 of these British cattle.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 3 British Steers. We have 18 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1359 to 1599. We will sell 3 steers in this class. I'd like to take this opportunity to show our appreciation for 2 pretty important people to the steer show, both of our superintendents, Dr. Mark Miller and Mr. Ed Schneider. A lot of hard work goes into being a superintendent at a steer show to major, and a lot of early mornings and late nights and a lot of work on behalf of the kids. So I would ask that you give a round of applause to Mr. Ed Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller for all their hard work. Results from Class 2 British Steers. 10th place goes to Lily Vogue, Kendall County 4-H. 9th, Camden Cunningham, Johnson City FFA. 8th place goes to Ellie Slaughter from Marion FFA. 7th place goes to Braylon Mauser, Williamson County 4-H. 6th place goes to Cole Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. 5th place goes to Brooklyn Fritz, Medina County 4-H. 4th place goes to Jake Little, Comal County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Emery Homan, New Braunfels FFA. 2nd place goes to Lawson Hale, Miami FFA. And your class winner goes to Cameron Skaggs, Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I'd like to take this opportunity to also introduce two very important media partners at Rodeo Austin. First, you have the talented Taylor Fort and his crew, who are doing photography and video only video in the show ring. So for those of you that are ringside that have family members at home that are unable to attend, you can go to taylorford.com/live, and you can keep up with those exhibitors. We also have Devin Sisk and her crew who are taking photographs in the ring, but also backdrop. We want to thank Devin Sisk Photography and Taylor Fort for being here with Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, we need Slade Smithers, entry number 6182. You need to report to Texas Livestock Marketing Association tent with your green card. Please make your way over to their tent so that they could get your green card. Thank you. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. First call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention in the barn, this is second call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Second call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Well, this very deep and competitive class of these heavier weight Hereford and Angus cattle, as we get into this top group that I walked there a second time, I think it's challenging. I think you got two that are really close in weight. You got one that's kind of in the middle, maybe 100 pounds heavier than Nymph, and you got these two heavyweight rascals behind, and I think they're all very good cattle. It just depends on where you put your preferences. I didn't sort them on weight. I think there's some maturity things that maybe play into how they're ranked, but at the end of the day, weight really was not a factor. I just thought it was interesting how it broke out like that. The calf that wins, he's one that really grows on you the more you get on top of the cattle. I think he's the most fundamental and basic and right in terms of his body and muscularity. He's a wide, broad-chested, good calf in terms of his body. He handles, in my opinion, the most muscular in combination with the freshest handle. That steer, I think, proportionally is the widest from behind and the squarest off his hock in the use from behind. He is not maybe the most symmetrical up through his neck and how his brisket sets into him, but his body, his back, his density, his heaviness of structure, looseness of structure is my favorite, and that's why he wins this class. The calf that comes in two, I like him a lot as he comes in the ring. He's the most mobile calf of the class in terms of a big foot and bone, but he's flexible and comfortable in terms of his hind leg. That's where he gets the calf in third. He's not as shaped up and muscular over his back, but there's plenty of body width and muscle in that steer when you get on top of him. He's got a little more sheath. He's not just perfect in his tail, head, and throat, but that steer's fundamental skeleton in combination with enough muscle makes him a real practical alternative to set there in second. Calf in third is in another league in terms of muscularity. I mean, he is absolutely enormous over his top, giant out of his hip. He's just a little rigid structurally for this guy in terms of his pastern, his shoulder, but I love how muscular and stout and big-ended that calf is when you get up on him. A little crestier neck, like to just see him a little sleeker and sounder in terms of his movement. Next two cattle I commented, really next three cattle were them heavyweight steers in this class that were equipped with quality. I think in the case of the two in front of us, they look like the cattle that definitely needed to get to a heavyweight to look like they have enough. The calf of the young man with the red vest, if he had more true back in relation to his frame and weight, particularly right behind his blades, he becomes a player in terms of his looseness of skeleton. I think he's very good in his body balance underneath. Just a little disappointing right behind his blades relative to how big and that calf is in his weight. Next calf's very shapy, but he doesn't match it in terms of his bone work. He's a little more fragile at the ground, a little hesitant and tentative in how he moves off of his hind two. Young man next in the yellow shirt, that calf's a good showmanship steer. Man, he is flexible, he is big-ribbed and very balanced in his look. I wanted to work that calf up so bad. I get my hands on him. I don't think he's got the same muscular shape and cutability we find in the cattle ahead, but I love his build and his balance. Black steer is good looking. He's got some body. I don't know if he pieces together his dynamic in his shoulder and his structure, how he comes back into his flank. We get into a muscular steer that's rougher top. We have a thick-ended calf that's really short-necked, a little rigid up front. But I think as we get into that class, you can see the depth and the quality of the cattle that were brought to us here in this third class of the day. Again, a very competitive show. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors here in Class 3.
Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. We're still missing 2 entries, entry number 1325 and entry 1216. You need to be making your way. Reminder, this is last call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. We're missing 2 entries, entry 3655 and entry 1280. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is a reminder, all champion and reserve champion division steers and all placing steers have to get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Those are required. All placing steers that will be going through the sale, as well as champion and reserve division champion, have to get a backdrop photo. Results from Class 3 British steers. 10th place goes to Kendall Lynn Kreiner, Travis County 4-H. 9th place goes to Colton Grubbs, Denton County 4-H. 8th place, Atlee Homan, New Braunfels FFA. 7th place goes to Macy Smith, Parker County 4-H. 6th place goes to Brogan Patchke, Idalou FFA. 5th place goes to Callie Fisher, Kendall County 4-H. 4th place goes to Garrison Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Sterling McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Callan Nix, Hood County 4-H. And your class winner, Braxy Albus, Hockley County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, I had a lot of fun working with these young people in this first division of the day. So we get into these British cattle and a lot of Herefords, a few Angus sprinkled in there as we work through those classes. So we end up with an all Hereford lineup and a competitive group out here. A little type and kind differences in that first class. As you look at those exhibitors' calves, this first one, he's really neat looking out here. He's a bit of an outlier in terms of his neck, his body length. He doesn't bulk up with maybe some of the other cattle we were looking for today. Down his back, how his tail head comes up out of him. But you like his looseness of build. He's still muscular when you get your hands on him. You like him to hold his top line truer. But that's a nice looking heavyweight calf that I thought really stood out in that particular setting in terms of quality. Calf that was second to him was probably more like the two that are winning the classes out here in terms of body, back and hip, but he wasn't quite at the same level in terms of structure and skeleton. That's where we got a little hard on him in terms of how he's built in his neck, his shoulder, and his knee. But I like that calf. He's good in terms of his body and back, a close pair, dynamic pair out of the first class. I think these next two classes were fun and good to evaluate, and I think really we end up with some cattle that are not far weight in terms of weight. The calf that wins here, this class 2, he hits you very hard as he comes into the ring. His advantages, in my opinion, we'll talk him versus the calf behind. I think he's got a little more comfortable skeletal build in him. So you see and recognize how the top of his shoulder and the point of his shoulder set onto his skeleton, how he moves and tracks up front, I think is just a little more attractive than the calf behind. He's a little looser in the build and construction of his hind leg. I think that calf's deeper flanked, but he's probably fatter. As you get your hands on him, he's a touch soft right behind in his shoulder and over his forerib. He's probably not quite as trim and as muscular in the touch, but I like his productivity to his body. I like his foundation of foot and bone and comfort of skeleton. His head's a little tough to love. We could make him just a little neater in the crest of his neck. Calf that was second to him, man, that calf structure is very good. If you study his spine and his hip and his hind leg, he's an outlier in this whole division in that regard. I'd argue he's got plenty of muscle in terms of his hip, his pin. He's really strong and level back. He's not as outlying in terms of his muscular shape up high, but really solid. I thought the thing that threw him off the most, and some of you ringside are going to get hard on how his brisket sets into him relative to the middle part of his body. It's hard to look at. It doesn't affect his skeleton, his muscle, and his lines up high. I love that calf. Just need to see a little more uniqueness down low in terms of his build quality. And I tell you what, I think he'd be right out here with these good cattle at the top. I do find that these two class winners are very close, in my opinion, type and kind-wise. They're a little more moderate. They're a little bolder and wider and three-dimensional cattle. I like that, and that's why this calf surfaced in this particular class here out of class 3. He's big topped. He's very muscular, good on the handle. I think he's a solid calf in terms of his foot, his bone work. He's square on all four as you watch him come to the surface. I like his body shape. I like his muscular shape. He doesn't tie his neck and shoulder design in quite as attractive and have as much ring presence as some of those cattle out here. He won't take as good a picture as either cattle in front of him, but I love that calf in terms of his body, his muscle. He's so fundamental and so true in his type and kind. We have a calf that was second to him. He comes in, he's loose built, he's big boned. I love those parts about him. We deemed him just really practical with an ample amount of muscle. He's a little plainer in his sheath and neck and tail head. But, man, that's a good calf in terms of looseness of structure and build. Congratulate these exhibitors here in this class of British cattle. Phenomenal show. The heavyweight's your champion. Congratulations to that young lady.
And your champion British goes to Braxy Albus from Hockley County 4-H. And your reserve champion British goes to Cameron Skaggs. from Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 4 Shorthorn steers. There are 16 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1121 to 1345. Again, this is Class 4 Shorthorns, 16 entries with weights ranging 1121 to 1345. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce but also welcome our steer show judge, Mr. Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as a lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Champion team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. If you would, please put your hands together for a warm welcome to Judge Brady Jensen. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 5 Shorthorns. Please be making your way to the holding area. First call for Class 5 Shorthorn. Please report to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, if you have a steer that you wish to put on the truck, the floor price is $1.8950, and Texas Livestock Marketing Association is accepting those steers at this time. They're located at the northwest corner of the show barn on the outside of the white tent, and they are accepting steers. Also, for those of you that are wish to load out is beginning at any time. You will enter in gate 1, and once you are loaded, and you exit out of gate 2. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our media partners for Rodeo Austin. First, we have Taylor Fort and his talented crew who is providing live stream. So for those of you ringside that have family members at home that wish to watch and support these exhibitors, they can log on to taylorfort.com/live where they can watch the live stream of the show. Also want to thank Devin Sis Photography and her crew who are taking ring shots, but also backdrop photos. So for those of you that would like a backdrop photo, please visit Devin Sisk over in the corner on the north end of the show ring. Please put your hands together to show appreciation for both Taylor Fort and Devin Sisk. Attention steer exhibitors, this is second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. We're still missing 2 entries, entry 5812 and entry 8152. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is last call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers.
Well, as we kick off this next division, we get a broad division here, kind of lightweight, middleweight mix of these Shorthorn cattle. I think an interesting class to put together in your head and work with, because a lot of nice calves in here with a lot of good parts and pieces and a lot of weight variation, and we'll talk about that here in a second. The 2 calves, in my opinion, that were always in contention are these 2 young people right here in front of me. The difference is I see a young man with the heaviest calf in the class, obviously has the stoutest, but I think pound for pound, that calf is genuinely the most muscular. You get on top of him, he's truest over his back, really wide and expressive to his loin edge and big out over his hip. I like his bone. He's big, he's stout, he's still smooth enough in terms of his joint. As he comes and gets a profile, I think he gives you a balanced enough look versus the calf that ends up in 2. He's a little cleaner sheath. He's a little cleaner down through his chest floor. I think his extra security of his hind leg and his stoutness of bone work just paints a really good picture from the side. He could be just a little more sloped right up through his shoulder. He's not 100 in terms of his skeleton, but I think he's very stout, very good looking, and very solid structurally. The roan calf that sits in second, very practical. He's bold. I think as you get your hands on the cattle, he's one of them you draw to because he's genuinely muscular, but he's finished right. I like his practical type versus the next 2 cattle. He's a little rounder in his hip. He wants to curl under in his back leg, and it's a little frailer. So from those show ring aesthetics, you can get critical of that calf, but I like him so much in terms of his productivity and practical type. I think he needs to be second in terms of his balance of skeleton, body, and finish. We get into these next 2 cattle. They have unique parts and pieces, but they have things you'd like to change to run with that top duo. A neat-looking, muscular one that's really out in his shoulder and straight in his hock sits third. But I think his muscularity is a little more depth from the side. It's what ends up having him third. Neat-looking level top steer sits in fourth. He comes off a little harsh. He's a little tougher moving in terms of his skeleton, but he handles good with a big muscular back. And that's where he sets over the calf here just next. A finished calf that's big-ribbed, hits you smooth and level. His smooth look and his smooth look end up what being their discount today. They're just a little soft to the touch. They need more muscular shape, but they're calves that have balance and look from the side that you like. The white calf hits you big-ended. He wants to curl under in his back leg. He's just a little rougher handling, patchier handling kind of show steer. This calf next, young lady, I want to talk about him because among those lightweight cattle in this setting, his skeleton was very unique. His balance is very good. He's right in terms of his muscular shape. He's just not quite to a heavy enough weight to run with them contenders at the top. And I think the same can be said for this red calf. He's not as dynamic in how he travels and sets off of his hind foot and leg. He's a little frailer and straighter in that regard, but a good calf in terms of muscularity and look. As you look at the cattle exit in the ring, this Shorthorn division starting off strong. Again, we're going to continue the trend. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors in this Class 1 of the Shorthorn steers.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 5 Shorthorn steers. We have 16 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1349 to 1523. Again, this is Class 5 Shorthorns, 16 entries, weights ranging from 1349 to 1523. Results from the last class. 10th place goes to Leonardo Lopez from Rotan FFA. 9th place goes to Tilly Burgess from Toller FFA. 8th place goes to Adeline Wright, Stockdale FFA. 7th place, Audrey Felix, Poth FFA. 6th, Mesa Drager, Wise County 4-H. 5th place, Logan Hoover, St. Joe FFA. 4th place, Carly Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. 3rd place, Miles Henley, Cotton Center FFA. 2nd place, Brindley Boston, Ellis County 4-H. And your class winner, Maddox Muston from Santo FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 6 Brahman. First call for Class 6 Brahman. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer barn, if you have a steer that you wish to put on the truck, floor price is $1.89.5, and Texas Livestock Marketing Association is accepting cattle at this time. They are located at the northwest side of the barn on the outside in the white tent. Again, they are accepting steers at this time. Attention in the barn, this is second call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Second call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Please report to the holding area.
Just so y'all are aware, in the show arena, there was
Well, I think another really good class of these Shorthorn steers. This top pair is one that I'll be thinking about for a while just because I think it's very close. I think both them calves are very, very good. They're different. You can say, well, I like this one because of this reason, and I can agree with you, or you can say, I like this one because of this reason, and I can agree with you. Both are very good, and my compliments to both of you on bringing a tremendous pair of steers, and this is a really good class, and you should feel honored to be here towards the top of this group. I'm going to tell you what I see between the two of them. When they're park profile and standing right here, the class winner, to me, is more youthful. He's fresher, he's higher cutability in his look, and he's better on the handle. You get your hands on top of him, he's more muscular behind his blades. He's really good over his loin edge. I like how stout and muscular he is over his hip. I think it's easier. The further away you're off of the cattle, he looks like a muscular, shapy, attractive show steer. Calf behind him is big-bodied and a little further along into his degree of finish. If you like that, you can switch that pair. The calf that wins is a little straight up front, and when the young man's leading him, he wants to hold his head down. I see that, but I think his hind leg structure might be better. I think both cattle are a little different in the shape of their shoulder. I like his balance so much better, his freshness and his muscularity. That's why he wins this class. The calf in 2 is the deepest calf. He's really big and through the middle part of his forerib. I think he's a wide-chested, wide-constructed kind of calf. I like him in terms of his symmetry of his lines, his top line, his bottom line balance, the further off you get him. I think when you get on top of him, he starts to get plainer. He opens in his shoulder. He's depositing quite a bit of fat all around that elbow pocket. I need to see just a little more freshness and youthfulness in that calf. Neither one of them cattle are 100 in terms of movement. I think that one's a little more neat in terms of his standstill, and that's why he wins. I think this next grouping of cattle is a lot of different shapes and sizes of good cattle. This young lady brings us one that has ring presence and balance. I think he's a really nice structured kind of show steer. He doesn't muscle up and power up with them two calves that rise above in this class. I rewarded this next young lady's red calf because of his structural build and his fundamental kind. When you get on top of those cattle, he's right in terms of his composition. He's square in his back, but he's uniform and fresh in his handle. That calf, to me, is very, very solid. He doesn't have the ring presence that some of the other cattle out here are. He's a little dingier in terms of his color. He doesn't grab you, but you study his skeleton and his muscular shape, and you'll like him. If it's strictly a muscle contest, you're going to land on this calf next. Young lady, you and I both know he's just not being a very good dance partner out here today. He's holding his head down. He can't pick his head up out here today. In terms of muscle, he's an outlier. I like this calf here next an awful lot. I considered having him in that top group right on the line of making the sale. I get a little bit soft when I touch him. He's just a little bit fat back into his flank. You can see that jiggle back into his cod. I'd freshen that calf up. Good-looking calf, young lady, next that needs a little more muscle to him, and we're going to get into a pair of them that I think balance very good on top of them, not the muscular shape that we find on the really stout ones in this group, and we end with a really quality class. As you look through it, there's parts and pieces of them cattle that you can know why those exhibitors picked them steers out, and they've probably had a lot of fun working on them throughout the year because they're very good cattle. Again, put your hands together for the exhibitors here in our Class 2 of these Shorthorn show steers.
Attention in the barn. I need 2 steers from Class 4 Shorthorns to report back to the scales. I need Miles Henley from Cotton Center FFA, and I need Logan Hoover from St. Joe FFA. I need for the exhibitor and their steer to report back to the scales immediately. Thank you. Attention in the barn, if you have a placing steer other than champion and division reserve champion, you need to be taking those to Texas Livestock Marketing Association to be put on the truck. Please take those sooner than later. We need to try to get those cattle to the truck as quickly as possible. Again, this is all placing steers, not including the champion and the reserve champion division. Attention exhibitors, if you have a champion division or reserve champion division, sometime today I need the exhibitor to report to the announcer stand. I need to get a bio on each of those exhibitors sometime today. If you would report to the announcer stand to complete a bio. Thank you. Results from Class 5 Shorthorn. 10th place goes to Case and Digby, Scurry County 4-H. 9th place goes to Corbin Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. 8th goes to Paige Arnold, Medina FFA. 7th place goes to Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. 6th place goes to Sawyer May, Lynn County 4-H. 5th place goes to McKenna Slomczynski, Itascus County 4-H. 4th place goes to Lola Poller, Wharton County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA. 2nd place goes to London Graham, Lynn County 4-H. And your class winner, Court Maples, Lampasas County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Attention the barn. Can Peyton Schuster please report to the livestock office? Again, this is Peyton Schuster from Randall County 4-H. Please report to the livestock show office. Thank you.
Well, a tremendous division here. Just two classes of these Shorthorn cattle. I find it interesting. Our class winners end up only being, I think, 40 pounds, 50 pounds apart. So they're fairly close. I think visually, as you look at them, you could call them just about the same weight. Just probably depends on which one was weighed in a little fuller or what they were estimating. The calves in two are very good cattle. I think it does boil down to these class winners, but I want to give some praise to these calves in second. Both of them are big-ribbed and practical design cattle. This roan calf's really good shaped, little rounder hip, and you can see how he wants to pose naturally off his hind leg. Just not quite as attractive as these other three cattle out here, but that's a good calf when you get into his fundamentals. Calf coming next, a well-presented show steer that's level. He's big boned. He's a little overdone when I get my hands on him, and that's why I boil it down to this top pair of cattle. But I think an awful lot of both of those calves that were second in those particular classes. Red and white calf that comes out of Class 1, he's the biggest bone calf out here in the group that's still really muscular. When you get on top of him, I think he balances good as you study him at the base of his forerib, back into his flank. He's tidy and clean in terms of his lines. He's muscular and he's stout. He's not just perfect up front in his skeleton. I'm not sure the other one is either. So I think we got some differences and trade-offs in that regard. The calf that comes in second, there's parts of his standstill that I just absolutely admire. His neck set's very good. He's so strong and muscular over his back. I love his shape and turn out of his hip and stifle. I think he presents just a phenomenal look in terms of his muscular shape and his turn of rib. Now, if you want to change that calf, it's how his shoulder blade sets into him. He's wide and opened up in his elbow. I think he's just a fraction frailer as you study him to the surface. Part in my head wonders how much did his extra white on his legs affect him versus the one I called bigger bones, got more red to the ground. As a Hereford guy, those are things in my head I'm thinking about. I don't know if there's as big of an advantage as I think, but I definitely am perceived to think the calf up front comes a little bigger down to the ground. Calf, I think it's close. You got a muscular, good-looking one that's a little straight and stumbles around up front. You got a muscular, big-boned one that I think's got just a notch more balance. It's enough to give him the edge for me. He's your champion. Young man behind is reserve.
Attention the barn, we need the following exhibitors to report to the Livestock Show Office. Lathan Driver, Johnson County 4-H, and Breland Willoughby, Collin County 4-H. Please report to the Livestock Show Office. Thank you. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 6 Brahmans. We have 9 entries in this class, with weights ranging from 1225 to 1339. Again, this is Class 6 Brahman, 9 entries with weights ranging 1225 to 1339. like to congratulate the division winners from the Shorthorn division. Champion Shorthorn goes to Maddox Mustin from Santo FFA, and Reserve Shorthorn goes to Court Maples from Lampasas County 4-H. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 7 Brahman. Please report to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 7 Brahman. Please report to the holding area. I also want to announce that we will be taking a lunch break at the conclusion of the ABCs. So between ABCs and Black Cross, we will be taking a lunch break. I would like to announce that tonight, Rodeo Austin has kick open the chutes, 6:30 at the Rodeo Arena. Performing will be John Wolf and Walker Montgomery. Tickets are available online or at the ticket gate. Again, this is kick open the chutes tonight at 6:30 at the Rodeo Arena. I want to remind everyone that if you have a champion or reserve champion division and a placing steer, you are required to get a backdrop picture from Devin Sisk. Please make your way to Devin Sisk backdrop if you still need to get a photograph. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge for the steer show, Mr. Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as a lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic components of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Championship team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. Put your hands together and let's welcome Brady Jensen as our steer judge in Austin. Attention to the barn. This is final call for Class 7 Brahmans. Final call for Class 7 Brahmans. Please be making your way to the holding area immediately. Attention the barn. We're missing one entry for Class 7 in the holding area. Entry number 6182. Please make your way to the holding area immediately. Again, we need entry number 6182. Report to the holding area immediately.
good differences here in this class. I find these top 4 cattle to have some good to them. There's some trade-offs and challenges as you evaluate them. The calf that comes to us here leading off the class, to me, his length, muscle, and structure is what allows him to rise up really rapidly in this fashion. He's the most attractive in terms of his skeleton, the way he's put together in that regard. Maybe not quite the flank some of the other cattle have, but as much real muscle content as any of them. You get over his top, hip, down in through his stifle. Real solid calf here to go ahead and lead off this class. Calf that comes in second, a nice calf in terms of skeleton. He's loose build. He's got some body to him. I like his hip. I think he's got as much muscle over his hip down into the thickness in his quarter as any of the next couple calves. He's a little plainer. He's a little easier backed, and if you want to get critical on him for those pieces, you can certainly slide the cattle around. I think his ability to get out and move and travel is what gets him over this next calf. Young man, your next calf was being a little tough to show. He never really showed himself off, but you get behind him, he's a real thick calf with meat and muscle down his top and down from behind. He's a little rounder built in his shoulder and hip and hind leg design, but a real good solid calf there for third. The calf that ends up here in fourth hits me very positive. Big ribbed and flexible. I think he looks a little overdone in terms of his condition and playing, just needs more cutability. Next one's got one of the coolest hide colors I think you can have. Really a long kind of calf with some body. He needs more muscle when you get on top of him. Dark colored calf here that the young lady in the purple and black has. Big boned and very, very muscular. Just a shot more round in terms of his design. We're going to conclude with 3 calves that I find very similar in their makeup. I'd like to enhance them in terms of muscularity, but let's continue the trend as we have all day. Put your hands together. Reward these Brahma exhibitors with a round of applause and a really solid class.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 7 Brahman. 9 entries in this class with weights ranging 1365 to 1589. Again, this is Class 7 Brahman. 9 entries. Weights range from 1365 to 1589. Results from Class 6 Brahman. 9th place goes to Emma Salinas, Eagle Pass FFA. 8th place goes to Macy Talley, Floresville FFA. 7th place goes to Easton Parker, Uvalde County 4-H. 6th place goes to Leanna Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H. 5th place goes to Eva Pinkham, Davenport FFA. 4th place goes to Lily Leal, Waller County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Colton Eisenhower, Jordanton FFA. 2nd place goes to Kinley Lamberg, Marion FFA. And your class winner, Jackie Woodsworth, Caldwell County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 8 ABC steers. This is first call for Class 8 ABC steers. Please start making your way to the holding area.
I think a good class. This is an interesting class to put together. We're going to probably break mold just a little bit on our class winner up here. This calf, to me, just hits me as the best one. He doesn't probably push a few of these in terms of muscle, but structural, balance, build, and quality, that's the best animal in this class, in my opinion. I think he's got plenty of shape when you get on top of him. He's finished right. He's just on another level in terms of the way he's put together. Feet, legs, top line, body balance, a good calf to win. The two stout power calves are in second and third. The calf that comes in two is just mammoth over his back, wide out of his hip. He's a little straighter in his structure, and that's why he lands where he does, but I certainly appreciate the power he's got down his top and out of his hip. Calf that comes in third, another one that really hits you hard from behind, big and shapely and stout out of his hip, little frailer in his feature down low. He wants to shallow back into his flank, gets a little racier looking in terms of his build. The kind of more traditionally colored gray calf here that comes in four, real solid fat steer in terms of body structure, but a calf that maybe just doesn't have quite the shape when you get on top of them, little plainer looking up front. They come into the ring. The gray steer hits me very favorably. He's good top, solid structured in terms of his lines. Get my hands on him. He's pretty soft to the touch. I need more genuine muscle down his top and out of his hip. The next kind of calf is smooth built, but he's a little frailer and flatter as you step behind him. Big, stout, powerful, dark calf that's a little straighter structured. And then we close with this calf that's gray and big and long, just needs more shape and product when you get on top of those cattle.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Attention the barn. We need Diana Brooks from Lavernia to report to the livestock office, please. This would be Diana Brooks from Lavernia. I think you are part in the G lot. We would like for you to come to the livestock office, please.
Had two classes, these good Brahman cattle, and it was fun to work with them as you worked through these groups. You found some really solid show steers that I think have some good differences to discuss, and really there's some differences in these four cattle depending on how you put your preferences and priorities on which one you might land upon. The class winner out of Class 1, this black calf's good structured and long-bodied. I thought he just came to us with a little more balance and eye appeal, whether he was standing or moving. Solid in terms of muscle, finished fresh and even as you get your hands onto him. Cuts up just a shot to his flank. I think as he gets out here, he's got just enough muscle to remain in contention. The calf that was second to him, good moving big rib calf that's a little easy behind his shoulders. Calf that comes to us out of the final class is very balanced, very correct in terms of his structure. I think all things considered, he too has got just enough muscle to be in contention in this group. I like his balance and structure quite well. And the calf that was second to him, he was the mammoth in terms of stoutness and muscle and power, but a little tight structurally. So I think we land on this pair of class winners. Good built cattle. Both are solid in terms of muscle. I'll go show you which one I prefer between the pair, but all these exhibitors in this Brahman division need a big round of applause. Congratulate these exhibitors in this set.
Attention the barn, we're missing 3 steers for the next class. That would be Class 8 ABC steers. This is your last and final call. This would be entry 2288, entry 82, and entry 89. You need to be making your way to the holding area immediately. You are about to miss your class. This is the final call for Class 8 ABC steers. Final call. We need entry 2288, entry 82, and entry 89. You are about to miss your class. Results from Class 7 Brahman steers. 8th place goes to Hallie Howell, Falls City FFA. 7th place goes to Kaysen Hutchison, Taylor County 4-H. 6th place goes to Grant Guttenberger, El Campo FFA. 5th place goes to Caden Bronder, Wilson County 4-H. 4th place goes to Hunter Wytrick, Poth FFA. 3rd place goes to Lana Jensky, Gillespie County 4-H. Second place goes to Alyssa Paulick, Falls City FFA. And your class winner goes to Quinn Sikora, East Bernard FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 8 ABC Steers. We have 27 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,002 to 1,150. Again, this is Class 8 ABC Steers. 27 entries in this class, weights ranging from 1,002 to 1,150. I would like to congratulate your champion Brahman steer. It goes to Quinn Sikora, East Bernard FFA. And your reserve champion Brahman goes to Jackie Woodworth, Caldwell County 4-H. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 9 ABC Steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, first call for Class 9. Please make your way to the holding area. I want to give everyone a reminder that we're going to be taking a lunch break of approximately 30 minutes following the conclusion of the ABC Steers. Again, this is a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the ABC. Attention the barn. This is a reminder that if you had a champion or reserve champion division steer, you need to report to the announcer stand to complete a bio. Again, if you had a champion or reserve division champion, please report to the announcer stand. Thank you. Heads up in the ring, we got a loose steer.
Go ahead and give those exhibitors a good round of applause. It's a really solid class here. It took a lot of good calves to make this top cut. Attention the barn. This is second call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please start reporting to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please report to the holding area. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce a couple of our media partners at Rodeo Austin. First, we have Taylor Fort. Taylor Fort is providing a live stream for today's show. For those of you ringside that have family and friends at home that want to watch and support these exhibitors, they can go to taylorfort.com/live and watch the live stream. Also want to welcome and thank you to Devin Sis Photography. Devin and her talented team are providing ring photography as well as the backdrop for today's show. Thank you to Taylor Ford and Devin Sisk for your partnership with Rodeo Austin.
Attention the barn. This is final call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is final call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please report to the holding area.
Well, as we kick off this first class of these good lightweight steers, this kind of red and white calf to me really brings forth a lot of good. He's muscular, he's stout, he's fairly mobile in terms of the way he's designed and constructed off his hind leg. Not as attractive in his head, neck presentation as some of the cattle on down the line, but in terms of beef traits, muscularity, finish, with an adequate amount of structure, I think he leads this class rather handily. Calf that comes in second, a big-ribbed, easy-feeding kind of steer. He's probably the closest to his maturity in terms of his finish. I think that's why he lands where he does in terms of practicality. Little conventional, obviously, in terms of the weight class, but that steer to me is just the most market ready of this set. Red Calf presents a beautiful look in terms of his balance. It's tremendous in the way he moves and goes in terms of his structure. He's a little harsh in his forerib. He needs more muscle down his back, but young lady did a tremendous job showing that good calf. This red calf is a nice solid steer on the walk-in. I thought, man, I'd like to tweak him structurally a little bit, so I didn't pull him right away. But he's shaped really right. He's bold in his body. He just needs a little better go gear, but that calf's got muscle and body and quality, and he's well shown. I told this young man when we were handling here on the far side of the ring, when this calf has his day, he's going to be very good. He's just too raw today, but he's as neat looking and as muscular over his back as any, just too harsh in his body and flank and finish. We get into another pair of smoky calves that are big-ribbed and are finished, but we'd like to free them up in terms of their skeleton. Red calf's big and long and level top line, but a little more fragile, but one of the really good calves of this class. You look down the line, there's parts of these cattle like this one's muscle and that one's structure that are why they got the pull. They just probably don't put some of those parts and pieces together quite as good as those cattle we found earlier in the class. So let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors here, Class 1 of these ABC steers.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 9 ABC Steers. There are 26 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1153 to 1237. Again, this is Class 9 ABC Steers, 26 entries, weights ranging from 1153 to 1237. Results from Class 8 ABC Steers. 10th place goes to Sadie Schimmelfelding, Atascosa County 4-H. 9th place goes to Lillian Boydston, Nocona FFA. 8th place goes to Kylie Barnett, Fisher County 4-H. 7th place goes to Jackson Smith, Lake Creek FFA. Sixth place goes to Emerson Posey, Wilson County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Cade Schroeder, Burleson County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. Third place goes to Adley Kate McQuiston, Sanger FFA. Second place goes to Kelton Carver, Hale County 4-H. And your class winner, Kennedy Weatherford, Wall FFA. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 10 ABC Steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 10 ABC Steers. please be moving to the holding area.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the arena. A really tough class here as we get into this second class ABCs.
Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Class 10 ABCs, please be making your way to the holding area. I want to give a quick reminder that we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of ABC Division. Again, this will be a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the ABC Division. Attention the barn, this is final call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please be moving to the holding area immediately. Again, this is final call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please move to the holding area immediately.
We're going to get into this second class calves. I think some nice ones, difference in their parts and pieces. Young man's got a one that really captivates me in terms of his look. He's neat up front, really muscular when you get your hands on him. I think that calf's very mobile in terms of how he hits the ground and plants off of his hind leg. He's a little harsh today in terms of his finish. He doesn't tuck his shoulder quite perfect onto his body, but that's a high-quality calf with muscle and bone. I certainly admire a lot about him. He's well shown, well presented, a really solid calf that's deserving of winning this class. I think we have some challenges in type and kind. They're back. The paint-colored calf, gray and white, I think standing is level and bold. He handles with a big back in him, and he's big and giant out of his hip. He's a little more up and down in terms of his skeleton. Next young man's got a very complete steer. He's sound, he's level, he's big-bodied and finished. He needs a little more look and muscle shape, but there's not a lot of problems in that calf. He's a real solid beef steer, just needs a little more look and shape, and I think his build and makeup gets rewarded in this case. Big muscled red and white calf that's bold and powerful. He's a little low set and round in his type and kind for my liking, but you certainly admire his bulk and his power and his mass. You like the looseness of structure of the smoky colored calf behind. He's a little bully necked and just a little bit staggy looking, almost for a lack of a better way of saying it, but he's big footed, he's heavy structured, he's loose in his makeup, and that's where he gets around these next couple cattle. There's some pieces and parts of all of these that got the pull that you certainly admire. They have one thing or another that holds them back from making that top cut of calves in this tough class, but congratulations again. I know it's a lot, but please put your hands together. Reward these exhibitors for a heck of a set of ABC steers here in Class 2.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 10 ABC steers. There are 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1238 to 1311. Again, this is Class 10 ABC steers, 24 entries with weights ranging 1238 to 1311. Class results for Class 9. 10th place goes to Ginley Woodley, Tahoka FFA. Ninth place goes to Addie Limberg, Marion FFA. Eighth place, Kathleen Harmon, Live Oak County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Callie Roberts, Needville FFA. Fifth place goes to Taryn Gale, DeWitt County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Hayden Wallace, Hill County 4-H. Third place, Caper Harris, Colorado FFA. Second place, Cooper Ego, Plainview FFA. And your class winner, Zane Hensky, Riviera Coffer FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. For those of you that have recently joined us ringside, I'd like to introduce today's steer judge, Mr. Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as a lecturer and the livestock judge and team coach. Brady completed a master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feed and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Championship team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seedstock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. Would you please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Brady Jensen to Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 11 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 11 ABC. Please move to the holding area.
Well, as these exhibitors are leaving the ring, let's reward them with a round of applause for their efforts with their show cattle throughout the show season.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. The show is successful because of the financial support that Rodeo Austin has. Telus Equipment Solutions, John Deere and Telus. The show barn is presented by Telus Equipment Solutions. Telus Equipment is proud to their partnership with Rodeo Austin, a partnership they've been honored to support for several years. They have 4 conveniently located full-service dealerships to serve you in the Austin, Marble Falls, New Braunfels, and Seguin areas. Stop into one of their dealerships today. The steer show is also presented by Wrangler. Long live Cowboys, long live Cowgirls. Thank you to both of those sponsors. I wanted to remind everyone that all placing steers that are eligible for the sale, as well as division and reserve division steers, must get a backdrop photo with Devin Sisk. So if you have not already done that, please make your way over to the backdrop to get your photo. Again, this is all placing steers eligible for the premium sale and champion and division champion steers. Attention the barn, this is the second call for Class 11 ABC Steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, Class 11 ABC, please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is final call for Class 11, ABC. You need to be making your way to the holding area immediately. Again, this is final call for Class 11, ABC. Please move to the holding area immediately.
Fun class to evaluate good cattle and great kids. I think as we get into the top end of this class, we find, young lady, go ahead and slide right there behind that red steer. You're doing good. The calf that wins this red and white steer to me is the freshest in terms of his muscle shape and his body shape. He's just a really good calf on top of the cattle. I think fundamentally he's sound. He's not as loose and flexible as some of the cattle out here. He's got good feet. His joints are clean enough. Calf's got some muscle and some shape and some look. I like his design of his head, neck, and chest floor better than the calf that comes in second. He's probably just a shot more elevated at the point of his shoulder and more nearly level down his back. Both these calves are good. The red calf hits me very positive. First impression, he's big and bold in his body, wide out of his hip. I think he's sound in terms of his skeleton as well. He's big and mobile. I think he just gets a little plainer, in my opinion. A lot of crest. He's a little low set, and how he comes apart in his shoulder and drops down in his brisket is what I take issue with. But those pair of cattle at the top were always the two in contention in my mind. I just explained the differences that I saw between them. Young lady's calf here in third is a really good-looking kind of show steer. He's attractive up front. He's very level down his top and out of his hip. He surprises you. A long ways away from the cattle, he looks a little flat. You get behind him, he's got more base width and dimension than you anticipate, but that's also where he exposes a little more of his flaw. He's a little bowed out in that right hind leg. Like to see him just a shot more mobile, but level and good looking and more muscle than you think when you get on top of him. The longer you study these cattle, the more you like the gray calf and the more you start to pick on the baldy calf, but both of them are good. The baldy calf is probably not quite finished yet, but man, he is neat looking and muscular. In motion, he's a little raw. His ribs a little raw. If you want to make that call, I certainly understand. Big rib practical calf here. This baldy steer's got a lot to the middle part of his rib. He's a little overdone in his condition. As you get your hands on him in his elbow pocket and through his brisket, that's revealed. But a good calf, big and bold in his type. Kind of the white-colored calf, sound and flexible and has ample muscle. I think he starts to lead off a class of calves or get into a set of calves that he won out in terms of structure. Didn't quite have the balance and correctness to his design that we find in the ones behind, but you like the way he's built in motion. A lot of pieces and parts in these cattle that close. Again, put your hands together. A fun class, a great class of ABC show steers.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 11 ABC Steers. There are 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1313 to 1389. Again, this is Class 11 ABC. 23 entries with weights ranging 1313 to 1389. I wanted to remind everyone that at the conclusion of ABC, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Again, at the conclusion of ABC Division, we'll be taking an approximate 30-minute lunch break. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 12 ABC. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 12 ABC. Please move to the holding area. Results from Class 10 ABC. 10th place goes to Duke Grotsky, Riesel FFA. 9th place goes to Ronnie King, Klondike FFA. 8th place goes to Roy Baring, Lavernia FFA. 7th place, Addison Webb, Whitewright FFA. 6th place, Trustin Cumberland, Riviera Coffer FFA. 5th place goes to Claire Wright, Stockdale FFA. 4th place goes to Sean LaFesta, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Collins Frankie, Cisco FFA. 2nd place goes to Heston Turner, Oak Ridge FFA. And your class winner goes to Colt Kleimstein, Fort Bend County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Go ahead and thank these exhibitors for bringing these show steers here to Austin. Put your hands together and reward them with a round of applause.
Attention the barn, this is the second call for Class 12 ABC. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 12. Please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is final call for Class 12 ABC. Please be moving to the holding area. This is final call for Class 12 ABC steers. Please move to the holding area.
These top 5 calves, I think, are all real good. I don't know if there's a perfect one amongst them, and when I was working through them, I was going through a lot of different scenarios in my head and how I might rank these cattle, because depending on where you put your preferences and priorities, you can certainly land on any of them 5. But I'll tell you how I see it. The 2 that I like to rise up, I like their build and balance. And I think they're equipped with the right kind of muscle, particularly the winner. I think where he beats the calf in second, he's quite a bit wider in his chest, bolder in the middle part of his body. He's not giant over his back, but he's really solid in that regard. That calf is very well shown. He's very well balanced. I think he's the toughest to beat of this particular set as you add all the things together: muscle, body, balance, structure. Pretty solid. He could get out and go just a notch more. So I think as you listen to me speak, you're going to know that I really like a lot of parts and pieces of these top 5. But why I took just a little extra time was I had to wade through a few details that you need to see. This young lady's calf that's second is the best structure to the entire class, and that's why he lands where he does. I think if you think that calf needs more muscle, I'm not going to argue, but I think he's got plenty enough. That calf has got a square shape over his back. He's very uniform in terms of his cover and his degree of finish. He is by some margin the comfortable moving, balanced calf of what we have behind. He needs a little more gas right to his pins and stifle, but his back is good, his body's good, his feet and legs are nice. He's very well balanced. He kind of got hit in the corner a few times. Maybe some of you didn't get as good a look as I did, but in motion, he needs to be second. On the standstill, you're going to use the calf in third, maybe to win the class, particularly from behind. He's one of the really broad, wide back calves of the class, really dimensional and stout and big out over his hip. He's pretty straight in his hock. He wants to twist out up front, and he's plenty straight in his shoulder for my liking. But that's a stout, well-shown and fed calf that's got a really good look to him. I admire a lot of parts and pieces to that calf. The black calf's a little different shape than some of them we have out here. He's sound enough in terms of his skeleton. He covers some ground, but I don't know if he does it in an attractive package. He's shorter and thicker about his neck. His tail head and how his hip balances is a little awkward. He's solid in terms of composition. He's got some body. Where he beats the calf behind is he's a more practical calf in terms of his forerib and flank, just a little plainer and put together in pieces versus them calves ahead. This next calf is giant in terms of muscularity, shape, and cutability. And if we were just looking for that calf in this class, and there would be some show judges that have you started, and that's how close and good this class is. He's too raw for me in terms of his shoulder, his heart, and his flank, and a little too rigid in motion. Young man's gray calf that's next is very level and nice looking in his structure. He needs more heart and flank, but that calf's got a good shape and a nice look to him. We're going to get into another set of calves here. We got 2 practical calves that need a little more muscle shape to rise up. We got 2 calves with a lot of muscle that need more balance and quality to their skeleton, and we're going to close with this practical kind of black and white calf. So congratulations to these exhibitors. That was a fun class and a challenging class to work through. Them top 5 were very good. Let's put our hands together, reward these exhibitors here in this class of ABC steers.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 12 ABC. There are 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1390 to 1635. Again, this is Class 12 ABC. 23 entries with weights ranging from 1390 to 1635. Results from Class 11, 10th place goes to Mila Mustin from Santo FFA. 9th place goes to Mason Richter, Byron P. Steele FFA. 8th place goes to Caden Willett, Falls City FFA. 7th place goes to Dylan Dew, Luling FFA. 6th place goes to Tristan Fiel, Wilson County 4-H. 5th place goes to Hayes Herman, Natchez County 4-H. 4th place goes to Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Ace Neglin, Medina County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Kinsey Yendrich, Falls City FFA. And your class winner goes to Kennedy Long, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Wanted to remind everyone that we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the selection of the champion ABC. Again, we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the ABC division.
Last class, as they exit the ring here before our division, let's give them a round of applause and thank them for bringing these good ABC cattle out to the show. Real solid class here in these ABC show steers, and good differences in the cattle. Missed this calf as he came in the first time, but the more you study these cattle, I think he is as muscular and shapely and big over his back and hip as any. He possesses as much balance and correctness as any. I think there's a lot of things to wade through in this class, and as you study on him and think on him, you can come up with a lot of different things. This calf needs a little different rear foot. But outside of that, I do think his muscle shape down his back, hip, his balance, his quality to his lines, his freshness is what I gravitate to the fastest. The calf in second, a really muscular calf as well, and he rivals the winner in terms of muscular shape and cutability. He is really bold in the middle of his body. He's very muscular out over his hip, down from his stifle. He's a little bowed out in his hind leg. He doesn't have as much ring presence as the calf that wins. He never quite puts together the look you want him to from the side. But both them calves, muscular calves that have maintained cutability at a heavy weight. The red calf's the one I like in terms of his skeleton and movement. I just don't know if there's enough muscle in that calf as you step behind him. Red and white steer is really stout, really powerful and mobile, but just a little plainer to look at up through his front end and down low. I like the calf coming next in terms of his body type and structure. He's just a little staler muscled. We get into a pair or trio of these practical cattle, need a little more muscle shape and cutability as you get over their back. We have a black steer that's a little bit plainer and more traditional, but he is stout in his bone. He comes up short in his step. Real powerful calf that's big in his hock, kind of questionable as he gets in motion. But I think we have some nice cattle in this class. Again, final class here before the lunch break. Tough class to fight through. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors here in this ABC Steer Show.
This is a reminder at the conclusion of ABC division, we will be taking approximately a 30-minute lunch break. Again, at the conclusion of the division drive for ABC, we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Results from Class 12 ABCs. 10th place goes to Macy Helmervik, Roby FFA. 9th place goes to Kirsten Fay, Stockdale FFA. 8th place goes to Kinsley Brady, Dimmitt County 4-H. 7th place goes to Colson Glick, Columbus FFA. 6th place goes to Tanner Thomas, Atascosa County 4-H. 5th place goes to Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kyron Rodriguez, San Patricio County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Hudson Robertson, Idalou FFA. 2nd place goes to Emily Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. And your class winner goes to Colson Glick, Columbus FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, we have a really nice way to end here before our lunch break, a competitive big breed of these ABC cattle. And I think there was a lot of decisions to make, a lot of nice cattle in these particular groups, and probably depends on what you're going to nitpick and how you land on the cattle you do. Our two lightweights are different. The red and white one is a little neater in terms of his design. One second to him is practical and big rib. Probably not right with these cattle behind, but good solid steers. Kind of creep into a heavier weight here in the second class. One of the most out there animals in this group is this young man's calf out of Class 2. High neck set, really unique structure, big and shapely back, a little harsh in how he's put together, shoulder, forerib, and flank, but a good calf. The paint that was second, big top, a little straight in the angles of his skeleton, but you like his body type and his levelness. A really nice class here out of Class 3. These top two steers, I think an awful lot of. The red and white calves, very good handling. Love him over his back, big over his loin. He's massive out of his hip. That calf could have just a little more ring presence up through his head and neck, how his shoulders come together. But as you get on top of the cattle and you handle him, you study him in terms of his muscularity, his back and hip. Very, very favorable. I think he's clean in his hock. He's square enough in his hind leg structure. Red calf's the most moderately designed calf out here. Relative to his weight, you certainly have to like his moderate kind, his bold body type. He's very big and powerful out of his end. A little bit crestier and bigger in his shoulder and chest and neck, but I like that calf's flexibility and motion, his boldness, his back and power an awful lot. Young man's calf here that comes out of the second to last class, he really waded through a tough class to get out here and showcase this calf in his champion lineup. That calf, when he stands, I think is really easy to like in terms of his balance. He's long, he's trim, he's neat looking. He does this and that. You can nickel and dime him in terms of balance, but big picture, it's a long neck, long-bodied, athletically designed calf. On top of him, he could have a smidge more muscle behind his blades. I don't know if he gets out and tracks like an athlete, but I think he's fairly sound in terms of his motion. So a real solid calf, as I see a lot of them in this division are. Calf that was second in that class, I thought that next set of calves was very tough to put together. He still is one of the really good structured calves of this group. I think there's enough shape and product for him to sit in that spot in that class, and he's surely beat some calves that were really powerful and really thick, but he was just enough better built in his body and structure to edge him out. He probably needs a little shape to run with these other cattle in this group. Heavyweight class, tough class, a lot of differences. The red calf's big-shaped and good-looking and needs different rear feet, but I like him. The one that was second to him never showcases himself but a powerful calf. I think there's a decision to make out here. A lot of good calves, though. Great kids. Put your hands together for this division. I'll show you the two that I like best.
Champion ABC goes to Mr. Kennedy Long from Lubbock County 4-H, and Reserve ABC goes to Colt Kleinstein, Fort Bend County 4-H. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors and their families. We'll be taking approximately a 30-minute lunch break. I'll be working on first call for the first class of Black Cross at approximately 1:25. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. Thank you. Attention steer exhibitors, second call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 13 Black Cross. Last call, Class 13 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area immediately. Attention exhibitors, last call, Class 13 Black Cross, please move to the holding area immediately. This is last call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area. Attention the barn, we're still missing one entry for Class 13, entry number 3540. Please get to the makeup area as soon as possible. Again, we need entry number 3540 immediately at the holding area. Thank you. Attention to the barn. We need exhibitor number 3540. Report to the holding area immediately. You are about to miss your class. Exhibitor 3540 to the makeup area immediately. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Rodeo Austin Steer Show. Entering the ring at this time is Class 13, Black Cross. We have 27 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1025 to 1171. Again, this is Class 13 Black Cross with 27 entries. Weights range from 1025 to 1171. If you're just joining us, I'd like to introduce and welcome the steer judge, Mr. Brady Jensen. Brady resides in Cortland, Kansas with his wife, Allie, and two daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 2022 and served as a lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree at Kansas State Animal Science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Champion team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas. If you would, and you're ringside, please put your hands together. Help us give a warm welcome to Judge Brady Jensen. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce both our media and our photography partners that we have for Rodeo Austin. First is our media, Taylor Fort and his crew are here providing a live stream of the show. For those of you ringside that have family at home that wish to watch and support the exhibitors, they can log into taylorford.com/live and watch the live stream. We also have Devin Sis Photography and Devin's crew here taking ring shots and backdrop photos for our exhibitors. Please put your hands together, show a round of appreciation for both Taylor Fort and Devin Sisk. If you have a steer that you wish to put on the truck for the floor price of $1.8950, Texas Livestock Marketing Association is accepting steers and will be accepting steers until 30 minutes after the show concludes today. If you are showing today and you plan on putting a steer on the truck, it has to go to the truck today. You must take those steers to the truck today. That would also include any placing steers that are eligible for the sale, except for champion and reserve division champion steers. Again, they are accepting steers at this time at Texas Livestock Marketing Association, which is located on the outside of the show barn at the northwest corner in the white tent. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please start moving towards the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area. Thank you.
After this lunch break, we start off with a pretty good class. So these Black Cross cattle, put your hands together for the exhibitors that brought these Black Cross lightweights to town.
Attention the barn. This is second call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area. Thank you. If you've been with us through the day, you've noticed how smooth everything has been going on in the show arena. Well, you can give that credit to the great interns that we have. We're blessed to have a group of interns from Texas Tech University, Tarleton State University, and Redlands Community College. Most of these interns showed when they were in 4-H and FFA, and we're happy to have them. I would ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Attention to the barn. This is last call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please make your way to the holding area immediately. This is last call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area immediately.
Real competitive class of these lightweight black calves, and I think the top trio offers some trade. Third, or fourth, and fifth, good cattle, and we'll get to them in just a second. But that top five's nice, top three's real close. Calf that wins for his mature size. You know, he's not ever going to be the big calf. So here in this market setting, lightweight calf, he's finished. He's big ribbed. He's opened up and massive down his top and out of his hip. Like his structure better than the two just behind, and the way he sets down and plants. A little bigger foot and bone than the black and white calf behind. A little cleaner hock, a little better joint work than the calf in third. Not as nice about his head and neck as the two calves behind, but quite a bit bolder in the middle part of his body. Real thick-ended, stout calf to go ahead and win. Young man, you can go get yourself a lunch now. He told me a bit ago he's hungry and nervous, so his nerves are rested and he can go get himself a hamburger. The next two calves are good. The black and white calf's balanced. He's attractive, up-headed. He's more attractive in his head and neck than the winner. He's a little frailer boned and not quite as comfortable in motion the way I see him, but calf that's got some practicality and body to him. Calf in third makes a strong play to win in terms of his outlying shape. He's very good on the handle. He's really long and attractive up front. He's favoring his back right leg, and that's what gets him beat today. But, boy, he's got a neat look. He's very, very muscular when you get on top of the cattle. Next two calves are a little ripe in terms of their handle. Not quite the finish and cover over their last couple ribs, but good, solid cattle. Young man's calf in fourth is a little bowed out in his back legs. That's what lands him in that spot. But, boy, he's got a nice look, and he's certainly got some good shape. Long extended calf needs more flank, of the young man's just behind. Then we get into a couple calves that got a lot of body to them, need a little more freshness as you get onto them in terms of their muscle shape. We close with some steers that were rewarded in terms of muscular shape, product, and power, but need to be enhanced in terms of their skeleton. As we've done all day, let's give this class a big round of applause as Class 1 of these black steers exits the arena.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 14 Black Cross. There are 26 entries in this class with weights ranging 1173 to 1299. Again, this is Class 14 Black Cross. 26 entries with weights ranging 1173 1299. Top 4 in this class will sail. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 15, Black Cross. First call for Class 15, Black Cross. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, I want to remind you, if you have a division champion or a reserve division champion and you have not already come to the announcers table on the south end of the show arena, you need to, at your first opportunity, I need to gather some information from those kiddos. Again, this is for champion and reserve division champion steers. I need for you to come to the announcers table if you have not already done so. Thank you. Results from Class 13, Black Cross. 10th place goes to Peyton Sulak, Marble Falls FFA. 9th place goes to Bailey Mask, San Saba County 4-H. 8th place goes to Colby Roberts, Sanger FFA. 7th place goes to Kayla Powlek, Falls City FFA. 6th place goes to Dallas Harris, Bastrop FFA. 5th place goes to Leroy Lopez, Rotan FFA. 4th place goes to Ernest Gonzalez, Stockdale FFA. 3rd place goes to Kara Kincaid, Wilson County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Kaylee Rumfield, Lavernia FFA. And your class winner, TJ Kirkner, Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Thank you to the Class 2 Black Cross exhibitors for bringing your show calves to Austin, a very competitive class. Put your hands together and reward these exhibitors for their efforts in bringing these calves out to the show.
Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 15, Black Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. Second call for Class 15 Black Cross. Please move to the holding area. Thank you. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 15 Black Cross. Be making your way to the holding area. We're still missing 4 entries. Entry number 1391, entry 1452, entry 6185, and entry 4720. Please make your way to the holding area immediately. Thank you. Attention barn, this is final call for Class 15. Please move to the holding area immediately. This is last call for Class 15 Black Cross. Please report to the staging area immediately.
Well, as a show judge, it's fun to be out here with the depth that this class possesses, to get to work with your young people and find the differences in their show steers. I think this top pair of cattle are very, very good, but the class was tremendous as you work and walk through it and look at the cattle on down the line. The differences in the top two are, I think, the way they're built skeletally. Both them calves are superior in this class in terms of muscle. Top and hip and base width, and I think that's evident when you get behind the cattle and your hands on. This calf that wins, he strikes me just really right in terms of his composition, top line, and where I really think he beats the calf behind is the way he's built off of his shoulder structure, how his front feet and knees come to the ground, how he's so square out of his pin set and tail head, comes great off of his hock and down to his hind leg. Both them steers have parts of balance that I think are trade-offs. Skeletally, I like that calf up front better. He does have a little more brisket, and he doesn't maybe balance quite as perfect in his bottom line, but that calf's very well shown, very well structured. Both of them are very, very powerful cattle. The young lady's calf that comes in second can give you a really, really unique look at times. The way he sets his neck onto the top of his shoulders, as bold as he is in the middle part of his body and as massive hipped as he is, he's hard to deny. He's a little tougher to show. You get him out here and he can want to fall apart and open up in his shoulders and twist out his front feet. He doesn't hold his back quite as strong and level just behind. When he cocks off and gives a look, he's hard to deny. He's easy to find. That's a very good calf to be in second. Calf in third, I think, hangs right with them at first glance. And when they come in the ring, a very well shown and fed and presented black and white calf that's heavy structured. He's boxy built in terms of his top line and his body and his structure. He's a little straight up front. You can see him twisting his front feet out. I think when you get behind those cattle, he's not in the same league in terms of base width and power out of his pin set and down through the seat of his pants. Next two cattle are sorted in terms of how they're built in their top line and hind leg structure. Muscle shape is both adequate in these calves. I think there's a little bolder rib, a little square top and leveler hip and tail head in the young lady's calf there in the blue shirt. That's why she wins out in that competitive pair. A neat neck set and a really well-shown calf in the black and white one. Really like how he's built in his bottom line, particularly through his chest, back through the middle part of his body. He's a little awkward in his hind leg setting and loses his back the longer he stands, but a very good kind of steer. You get down the line, there's a lot of power and a lot of muscle in some of them cattle just behind. Like to free them up structurally, give them a shade more balance, but as we've done all day, please put your hands together and reward those exhibitors with a big round of applause. That was a very competitive and fun class of black cross steers to evaluate.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 15 Black Cross. 26 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1340 to 1425. Again, this is Class 15 Black Cross. 26 entries with weights ranging 1340 to 1425. Good job, young lady. Results from Class 14th, 10th place goes to Cole Marcel, Guadalupe County 4-H. 9th place goes to Tatum Bales, Midland County 4-H. 8th place goes to Peyton Givens, Harris County 4-H. 7th place goes to Annalie Bowers, Gray County 4-H. 6th place goes to Wyatt Brunner, Flatonia FFA. 5th place goes to Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. 4th place goes to Tatum Crossland, Hill County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Aiden Glick, Columbus FFA. 2nd place goes to Brianne Wolf, Bell County 4-H. And your class winner, Kinley Allen, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 16 Black Cross. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 16 Black Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. I want to remind everyone that Texas Livestock Marketing Association is receiving steers right now. If you wish to floor your steer and put it on the truck, price is $1.8950, and they are accepting those steers at this time and will accept steers until 30 minutes after the conclusion of today's show. If you have a steer that you wish to put on the truck, or it was a placing steer that was eligible for the sale, it must go on the truck today. Only exclusion would be division and reserve division champion steers.
Pretty deep class who took an awful good calf to make the pole in this class. Please put your hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors on their efforts. A tremendous set of Black Cross steers.
Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 16 Black Cross. Second call for Class 16 Black Cross. Please make your way to the holding area. If you were champion ABC or reserve champion ABC, please report to the announcer stand. I need to get some information from you. Again, if you are champion or reserve champion ABC, please report to the announcer stand on the south end of the arena. I need to get some information.
We get into another really strong class. I think an easy place to start in this particular class. The next set of calves I find pretty challenging to put together. This calf that wins just blends together a lot of really good traits. To me, he's by some margin the good structured calf of the class that's shaped right and compositionally correct. I think that's a very high quality steer. You study him from nose to tail. I don't know if he wows you in any extreme area like some of the other cattle that are behind in this group, but he's just the best one. When it comes down to it, he's mobile, he's fresh to the touch, he's well shown. It's a good calf. I think these next four are very interesting calves. They have outlying pieces, and it depends where you put your priorities. This calf that comes second, very muscular and high cutability, super long and trim through his bottom line and up front. He's really little boned and he needs more flank, but he's got a nice look to him and he's really muscular on the handle. Young lady's calf coming next gives a good profile. He's up-headed, he's big-ribbed, he's heavy-boned. He's kind of out in his shoulder. He's pretty soft to the touch. Like to shape him up and freshen him up in his type and kind. He gets a little bit up and down in motion out of his front structure. Next calf's the biggest featured, one of the most powerful ended calves we've seen at this point in the show. I think he just gets a little tough in motion as you study the size and shape of his hock and shoulder. But man, is he big and bold and powerful as you get on top of him and study his rib design. Black calf this young man has next, another high-quality individual. He's tight-necked, he's good-backed, he's good-hipped, a little more jammed up in his kind. He wants to favor his back right, not getting motion, just perfect, a little tighter designed, a little tighter flanked, a little more compact, but a good muscular calf. This calf was being a tough rascal to show, but he's big-ribbed and opened up in his muscle, sound enough in his skeleton. He gets a little plainer in relation to them cattle ahead, and we close with a nice competitive class of these calves that have muscle, have some practicality, just a little plainer in their image from the side. Again, we're going to be about done today, so let's give these kids a round of applause on a phenomenal class of these Black Cross steers.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 16 Black Cross. There are 25 entries in this class with weights ranging 1428 to 1599. Again, this is Class 16 Black Cross. 25 entries with weights ranging 1428 to 1599. Forehead will sell. Results from Class 15. 10th place goes to Peyton Wooten, Llano County 4-H. 9th place goes to Colby Truesdale, Lavernia FFA. 8th place goes to Hallie Murray, Burnett FFA. 7th place goes to Minnie Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. 6th place goes to Paisley Claunch, Lamb County 4-H. 5th place goes to Braden Henry, New Home FFA. 4th place goes to Hattie Brayley, Albany FFA. 3rd place goes to Callie Matthews, San Patricio County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Kennedy Poe, Stephenville FFA. And your class winner, Harper Johnson, Nazareth FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
put our hands together and thank these exhibitors as they exit the arena on the final class of the day, a good, strong class.
Attention the barn, this is a reminder that if you exhibited a steer today and you wish to put it on the truck and get the floor price of $1.8950, those steers have to report to Texas Livestock Marketing Association today. Those also include placing steers that were eligible for the sale. All of those steers need to be taken to the truck today. TLMA is located on the northwest corner of the barn, just outside in the white tent, and they will be receiving cattle until 30 minutes after the conclusion of today's show. Thank you. Attention exhibitors, this is a friendly reminder that all placing steers eligible for the sale, champion and reserve champion, have to get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. So if you have not done so, before you leave today, you have to get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Again, this is all placing steers eligible for the sale, and breed and reserve division champion steers. Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, this class made my head hurt for quite a while, so I apologize for the extra time. There's a lot of really good calves in this class. I don't know if there's a perfect one, and that's why we took a little extra time to work through them. I don't remember how many I walked exactly as we got back through it, but there's a lot of nice calves here. You can nickel and dime them if you may, but I like a lot of them. This calf, I was hard on him when he came in because he just was a little tight in how he came down to his pastern, and he didn't grab me. But when I get on top of the cattle and I start studying them for genuine width of chest, genuine body shape, and genuine muscle content, this is my favorite calf in the class. He's so bold in the middle part of his body cavity. I think he's as big and fresh handling as any of them. He's really massive out over his hip. He's a thick-ended, wide-butted calf that stands square and wide. And as I watch him walk, I don't know if he's an athlete in the way he steps down and plants and goes, but he's really square. His feet are right. I think as you back off and you let them cattle balance, to me, that calf just draws pretty level. He kind of makes everything right, fit together from front to rear. I don't think he's outlandishly good looking by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a dang good calf. Congratulations on your class winner. Deep class here, this black and white calf hits me hard as he comes to the ring. He's long-necked, he's big-ribbed. I think this calf wanted to be the class winner in my mind for a long period of time. The more I study him, I really need to see him improve from this viewpoint. He's wide at the point of his shoulders. He's flat right there in the front part of his rib cage. And when he gets in motion, he's just laboring off of his back right leg. He needs to be more athletic in motion. I think a really good calf that's got big parts and big pieces. I like to see him come together just a little nicer for my liking. This calf that comes in third, he grows on me the more we're out here, and he doesn't particularly hit you super hard. When you get right on top of the calf, he's square, he's muscular, he's genuine in his shape, wide in his chest, and bold in the middle part of his body. He's kind of dingy or hided and haired. He doesn't grab you. I think as you get off and you let those cattle balance, though, he's nice-necked, he's good underlined, he's good shaped and good structured. It's a really good show calf that's more compositionally correct than the next two. Next calf's a big rib, thick-ended calf. I like the way he's presented and showed out here. He's a little soft to the touch for me. You get behind his shoulder blades, he needs to be a little fresher. The next calf's got a massive hip, wide base, big, stout, featured kind of steer. His head is a little ugly for me. Like to change his crest of his neck and the point of his shoulder. That's a well-shown, bold, powerful calf that's starting to get hot, but he's awfully good. This next calf's got a lot of mean bones in his body, is what we established while we were out here. He would not let me handle him. You can tell he is massive muscled. He is giant-backed and giant-hipped. He's big-boned and he's fairly loose-structured. He's just too plain and awkward to look at for me, neck and head and how it comes out and kind of round or rumped. A smooth-built, nice structured calf that needs a little more muscle shape comes next. A rope-necked, long, level, good structured calf that needs more muscle here next. And then we get into these steers, solid kind of show steers that we could tweak structurally. That was a class that put me to work. I had a lot of fun judging it. I hope you reward that tough class a big round of applause because that was an excellent showcase of black show steers.
Results from Class 16. 10th place goes to Peyton Turner, Travis County 4-H. 9th place goes to Riley Martin, Plains FFA. 8th place goes to Caitlin Smith, Lavernia FFA. 7th goes to Mark Landon Atkins, Harris County 4-H. 6th place goes to Driscoll Aiken, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th place goes to Cooper Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kinsey Hobbs, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place, Thomas Phillips, Bells FFA. 2nd place, Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. And your class winner, Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
This division's awfully fun. I believe it's our last division of the day, so I see no reason to be in a rush. These cattle are good. They look good. They're fun to evaluate, and the exhibitors are doing a tremendous job out here getting these cattle shown and presented. I think there's a lot of decisions to make out here in my mind, and we'll talk you through the differences that I see in these cattle. I think at the end of the day, they're all very good cattle. The exhibitor's done a tremendous job getting them shown and presented out here, just some good subtle differences in them. The lightweight calf, the solid black calf's a big-ribbed, sound-structured calf with enough muscle. I don't know if he's got quite the extra look. Probably need to see him just a little heavier to be in real contention out here, but he won that class in terms of his balance and quality and muscularity. Bald-faced calf's got a nice look up front. He's not as heavy bone, but a good calf. Calf that wins Class 2, I like an awful lot. I think his foot and his bone and structure and movement are bar none my favorite out here in this group. I like the way he's shaped. I think he's got a big, wide back in him. I think he's really massive out over his hip. Back behind, he's wide from stifle to stifle. He's square from hock to ground. That calf, if you'd probably pick on him just a little bit, I like his balance personally, and there's parts of it I want to change, but I like to build balance via structure, and that's why I really like the way that calf's assembled, because he's so good in his top line, he's so good in his spine, he's so mobile in terms of his hock and his hind leg and stoutness. Now, somebody's probably going to tell me, well, he probably has a little brisket relative to his flank. He probably needs a little more length of neck and neatness up and how his neck presents out of the top of his shoulders, and I see that. And then we got to factor in, is that calf big enough and ready enough, I think, for his size and for his frame. I think he's very fresh and on target. I think we just have to decide if that's an appropriate weight for us to deal with quality-wise. He's one that really is strong in contention out here. The calf that was next to him, I'd studied him cattle for a while. I'm very comfortable with how we ranked him as we come back out here. That calf was just as bold and opened up and massive in his body and rib. He's big out of his hip and stout in his bone. That calf wants to get a little more out in his front end structure. He's not quite as comfortable in how he's designed in the build of his top line and down to his hind leg, but that calf is mobile enough, in my opinion, still. He's very bold, very powerful. Calf that comes to us out of Class 3 is just a real solid, good kind of show steer. To me, out here, he's balanced. He's got a long, attractive front end into him. I really admire his smoothness to his joints. He's good in his shoulder and his knees, functional off of his hind leg. He's a big rib kind of show steer that's fresh to the touch in terms of his muscular shape. I don't know if he is just quite as square and massive over his back relative to his frame and weight as either the cattle on either side of him are, but I think he's plenty good out of his hip. He's got enough dimension down to his stifle. He's just a good quality calf that you have to respect and like so much from that perspective. Calf that was second to him is a real outlier in terms of cutability and shape. He's big topped and huge rumped. That calf's got a different kind of balance to him. He wants to cut up to his flank, and he's a little fragile in his bone, but boy, he's long-bodied and muscular and as high cutability as they come. That heavyweight calf put me in a ringer just working through a lot of different types and kinds of cattle, shapes and sizes of cattle. My head still hurts a little bit from getting through that class. This young man that wins that class, that steer just grows on you the more you study him, particularly on the standstill. Young man does a tremendous job getting his calf shown. My compliments to him on putting his calf together. I think that calf's got a lot of balance to him in terms of his lines. I talked about it earlier on that second calf. That calf's balance kind of comes from his structure. This calf's balance comes from his lines. He's good in his bottom line. He's good in his top line. I think for a heavyweight calf, he's still sleek and neat up through his head and neck. He is massively bold and thick, way thicker and bolder than you might anticipate at first glance. I like how true his upper rib is, how massive he is over his back and over the middle part of his loin. He's big and giant out of his hip, adequate in terms of muscle down into his stifle. And what I like is for him being that thick and wide, he's still relatively square in terms of his structural foundation as you study him to the ground. I think those are the parts and pieces that you really like in that calf. He's pushing 1,500 pounds, I guess, by market standards. It's plenty acceptable. So I think these three class winners all bring a lot of merit to the table. And in contention, we must mention the black and white calf that was second to him. Big, heavy weight calf. That's big ribbed. I think he paints maybe a picture that maybe hits you as hard as any of them in terms of his neck set. He's got a really attractive set to his hip and his hind leg. I think his front three-quarter view is where you'd like to change that calf the most. He's really wide at the point of his shoulder relative to how he's shaped in his forerib. I think he's starting to get a little more mature muscle shape in him. You get your hands on him. He's not as fresh and crisp over his back. He's wanting to set down a little more in his brisket, and we talked about him favoring that back leg just ever so slightly. So with that being said, you've heard all of my thoughts. I don't know if I've still made my mind up. This division's been awfully tough, awfully good, and I've been just absolutely impressed with these Black Cross cattle and these exhibitors. I'm going to give them one last look. I'll show you the two I like best. Please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors in this division.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Champion Black Cross goes to Cayman Cody from Toller FFA, and your reserve Black Cross goes to Kinley Allen, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. You can take that from